Okay. Um, Eldritch, congrats on the first. You got boned yesterday because I was having the tech issues and started super late. Benbox, that's painful to hear that the timing didn't work out like that, but I guess that happens. Uh, I was rushing, so I had just like a little bit of coffee left over, so I just made a second cup today, or like just before I started the stream, and that's what took me a little bit, like a couple of extra minutes from when I usually start. Um, hey, Stelly. Excited to just took your SAT today. Ooh, hope it went well. Should start. You already don't know what you're looking at. What for that question is this is probably I don't think this is a very good way to actually do this question. Oh, why is it on text? You already have 4 cups today. Oh, nice. um, no, the other part of why I'm late is that my oven broke last night, and it was super annoying. And my landlord came by this morning to like look at it. He wasn't able to fix it. Like he's ordering a part, and so it's gonna be the part doesn't get here until Monday. But I was dealing with that this morning too. So yeah, let me get some water. Okay, so we're not gonna start with physics. We're probably not gonna do a ton of physics to today. The downtime I got some plans for linear algebra, but before we even do that, there are some questions sitting in the Discord from the Viking. So let's go and look at those. Do I want to? Oh my god. I think I'm gonna get these. Wait, what? Copy link. Let me get these just in a Firefox window. No, not image. Link. Oh, Eldritch. I don't know if you hear me say, but congrats on the first. Hope you're doing well. Okay. So this is something the Viking posted in the Discord. It's a pretty long question, but thankfully they posted their work, so we just get to check this, and we don't have to do this all from scratch. Um, this is a related rates, or no? What is the name of this? Like the classic calculus, like tank of mixing stuff problem. I forget what it's called. Yeah, unfortunately, you got your work cut out. Wait, you changed your capitalization, didn't you? The R is capitalized? Meldritch. Eldritch. It's fair. Oh, okay, okay. Dude, a vat of 150 gallons of vegetable oil? It's a lot of vegetable oil. and we're putting more in. We're also taking some out. The 243rd person. You know what? I did like basically the exact same thing on my about page on Twitch. This where is it? This thing here, there's so many people misread like this first tagline that I eventually just capitalized the not. So I guess I feel that. Gallons of vegetable oil. So they're asking just about entering in number 1. Then 2 is just exiting. Do we have to remember V and R are both already rates. So yeah, I expect an integral to be needed to get the total amount. AP Calc practice, it does, yeah, it does seem like an AP Calc type of problem. Why is that blank? Thank you. That's it. An annoying integral, isn't it? Calculator active, as they say. Oh yeah, that we did just see a problem the other day that had that put on it, and that phrasing is really funny to me. It reminds me of like Judge Dredd. When he would like I forget what he, like how he would say it, but like it's like he would give someone a trial like verbally on the spot. Like the crime murder. You've been found guilty, the punishment death, or something like that. I feel like Judge Dredd would say calculator active right before he does something cool. Or lame if he's just doing math, but nice curse. I like the eternal suffering part. Wait, what's the eternal suffering part? This one looks suspiciously like a 4. 1 plus ln. That this handwriting is not ideal. Third line is very badly written. Simple thing for it to make that for that it makes it more complex. Yeah, there's a lot that's happening in this work here. To be honest, the work that I turned into my teacher is probably way worse, so I can't judge. I can't really tell. Like this seems, I can't really tell like what's being written here. Like that was that a parentheses? It should be a 1, but it looks like a parentheses. The first line is bending reality. The second line stops bending reality. Yeah, it does get more legible the further down we go. um, this is a difficult integral to do, isn't it? Does it say calculator active anywhere? It doesn't. Oh, you do it like that. I want to do this out for myself. That's an interesting integral. This one was a neat problem with the cosine. I'm not going to solve all these through by hand for myself, but this one is complicated enough that I'm kind of interested to see how it works. Is this what we have? 9 over 1 plus ln plus 1. Okay. So yeah, the 1 just becomes a 12. The 9 can come out front of the integral. Can we one-shot this u sub? Oops. A u prematurely. Can I take u equal to 1 plus ln t plus 1? Or am I gonna get lost? And now we need to express t plus 1 in terms of u. So t plus 1 is equal to e to the u minus 1? Yeah. Really? We can't. I mean, can we do this by hand? ETX over x is not nice. As, assuming integration by parts would work, but ln times e really isn't much of anything, is it? Let's cheat. Okay, yeah. In Swatch, if you were to find out the definition of this function, this is going to be the definition. It's like, this is basically a tautology, I bet. Yeah. What did this person do then? Calculator active, I guess. Why can't why can't we just use the calculator off the start then? Oh, you know, why not? I'm sure we could, Dr. L, and why not be extra about it and actually go through and do that? It's the start of the stream, so I actually, feel like doing some amount of math here, not just cheating my way through it all. Start of the stream, yeah, exactly. Plus, I've got the copy. That's like a if this was an RPG, coffee would be like a +1 intelligence buff. Or it's it would make you feel like you have a +1 intelligence buff anyway. The first term is weird here. We should split it out. The first term is just 1 over u. n equals 1. Wait. The first, okay, so when n equals 1, we just get 1. 1 integrates to just u. Question mark? N plus 1 factorial then? I'm so bad at doing this term by term stuff in my head. But we still have to worry about the power rule, right? That's why I put the n plus 1 there. I might be crazy. Then when you integrate this all, oh, it's, oh no, I see what you mean, Cytos. My bad, my bad. I think it would be just n factorial. Yeah, n factorial times n. That's what you mean. Okay, and so yeah, this series of course has no clean representation as a function that we're more familiar with, I imagine. You get 53.9 on your TA, 884. Oh, you know, I haven't unsubbed to be fair. Since I'm already being extra on this problem, so let's be fully extra. We get ln of ln. Yeah, that's a beautiful series right there. What a series that is. So Deviking gets 41. Let's just give the original. If we're allowed to use calculators on this thing, let's just integrate it from the very, or let's just use a calculator from the very start. Let's not beat around the bush here. 1 plus 9 over 1 plus ln t plus 1. All right, so I agree with you, $10. Binomial expansion formula for numerator inside summation. Oh my god, Cytos, you madman. You want to make this a double sum? You know? I like the way you think. This really isn't complicated enough. I was just thinking the same thing. I guess K. Like that? The infinity looks like a wilted 8. That's all infinity is. Hey, Shivansh. Yeah, it really does. It's like there's an 8, but the top just kind of like, you know, the 8 got really tired, and so it it laid its head down. That's what that infinity's like. Quantologia. That sounds a little familiar for some reason. I don't remember exactly though. Wait, I did the wrong binomial expansion, didn't I? It only goes up to n. Now the n will go to infinity, but that, this series inside doesn't know about that. In September. Oh, I feel lucky if I remember what I ate for breakfast, but either way, it's nice to have you back. Hey, Fizzbuzz. Yeah, we're just being. I'm going way overkill on a problem. Um, you're supposed to use a calculator for it, but someone asked a question that involved doing this integral here, and they started working it out by hand. Um, and so that got me curious to try it for myself too. And then you get basically to that integral there, which isn't elementary. Oh, come out to be the same Cytos? That's funny. I guess that makes sense. It's still better to write n in my mind, but okay. Yeah, we were just being extra because we can. So where did this person? This comes from a like a rate in minus rate out calculus, like calc. I guess this would be calc 2 type of problem. Or even like a differential equations, but I feel like you normally see it in calculus class. Yeah, thanks for the kind words, Shivansh. So I agree with this person all the way up to the final step there, except for the actual result. So I wonder if they entered into the calculator wrong. Oh, you know what? They did a sub, but it didn't change the bounds. That's why. It's a Chegg solution. No, this is a person's work. They posted it in the Discord. They are asking me to check it, I guess. So their answer for number one, we disagree with here. So I think this person didn't update their bounds after doing the sub. It is the issue. Okay, so just type that out quickly so we don't forget it. What's number two? Integrating this. And that's another one you can't actually integrate. Sine of t squared. Wow, good luck reading that. Let's just plug it into Wolfram. 10 sine t squared over 33. $41.85. Good. So we agree. Is the amount of vegetable oil in vat decreasing or increasing at t equals 4? What do they do? V of 4 minus R of 4, perfect. Let's check that work. T plus 1, so 5. Ten sine 4 squared over 33. Hey, Freddy. Integrating for dummies. This is not a easy integration. Why do I get a negative and they get a positive? This randomly became a 2 when it should be a 1? Why is that a 23? I think you just did a bad job of copying the original functions. And so if I get a negative result for, I did rate of entering minus rate of leaving. I got a negative result, so more is leaving than entering. So the tank is emptying. Oops, wrong tab. How many gallons of vegetable oil in the vat at time 12 hours? Shivansh, this live stream is for fun, yeah. It'd be amazing if I could make a living with this, but on YouTube I make no money at all, and on Twitch I make very little money. Hey, Pawan. So for gallons of vegetable oil in the vat at time 12, you do the initial 150 plus your answer for number 1 minus the answer for number 2. Funny, so they get the, when they do, they actually get the correct answer for number 1 in their work for number 3. Here's how that leads to find the log likelihood function, the probability distribution from the covariance matrix. I'm applying to grad school, Shivansh. But right now I'm doing like some tutoring on the side, but I'm basically unemployed. I used to work in an office doing human resources, but I burnt out on that. Can I find a way to monetize it? Yeah. I'm definitely not gonna, like, I definitely don't want to shove ads on the stream more than Twitch makes me, and I'm definitely not gonna like hold math help hostage for people, or like, you know, and if they're not gonna tell someone no, I want to answer your question unless you pay me money. As long as I'm on stream. If I'm off stream, then I may or may not answer a question if I feel like it, but. And so, but I guess like since I'm not willing to do either of those two things, then like, how do you do it? Oh, I mean, HR, well, it wasn't all bad. There is some good upsides to that job. very stable. It paid well, good work-life balance. But there's only so much paperwork and needless administration work I could take after a while. I also had an amazing boss who kept me in that job for a lot longer than I, or who made me like want to keep that job for longer than I would have otherwise. So we need to make a function for the total um, amount of oil in the vat. Take the derivative, set it equal to 0. Let's see what this person does. They wrote something that's hard to read. No, okay. I can figure it out though. I can see an integral of v minus r. I have no clue this is in front, but they do that plus 150 and then take the derivative and it becomes just v minus r. Set equal to 0. Get something that's not possible to solve by hand. They again didn't copy the functions down very well. This one went up to the numerator and it shouldn't be there. Oh, we can just no, I'm good. Zero. Shut at home, but now I have 160 gallons of vegetable oil on the ground. What do I do now? Get the ground really hot, and then cut up some potatoes and throw them in. That's funny. There's 2 critical points here. I'm here to help, FizzBuzz. Um, it's super rare, Dr. L. There have been some streams that are like, uh, no, yeah, it does happen sometimes, but it's rare. I do sometimes have streams where just like constant like question after question, and at some point I just have to like cut it off. Those are normally not super common though. Um, oh wait, no, we can just tell from the graph. If it goes from positive, this is the derivative. It's going from positive to negative. T is only defined between 0 and 12. So these first 2 roots are the only one we have to worry about. The second one is a minimum. The first one is a maximum, right? This person's answer is a little bit off. So I've been writing down notes on what we've been talking about here. Oh, wait, they're asking for maximum, right? Yeah. Oh wait, maybe I should. So then they posted a second question here. Um, they get 450 and 4050 for 1 and 2. Unsure about 3, they're getting 86.5. Let's read what the question is. Oh, really? Shivansh? I mean, I'm kind of shocked. Like, my stream's had a terrible time for India, but I get a surprising amount of people who are from there watching. Um, I've seen some JA questions but before, and they're I haven't really enjoyed them, to be honest. At least in America, these types of problems are pretty common for either an advanced high school student or a lot of university students. It definitely, I imagine it's a lot different over there. Who makes a cake in this shape? This is the base of the cake? This is gonna bake terribly. Oh, I find J questions very difficult. Like they use very weird identities, or they. Uh, I just find the questions to be very weird and hard. Okay, well, number one is just the area of a square subtracted out by the area under the curve, which we can get via integration. So the 30 by 30 square, well, we'll stay here. 30 times 30, subtract integral x 0 to 30 minus 0.1 You're working on a Saturday? All right, Dr. L. Thanks for being here, though. Hope it goes well. That makes no sense. Hey, Scrims. No, that's not a stupid question. I was actually just talking about this. Right now, I'm basically unemployed. I'm doing some math tutoring on the side. Um, I'm applying to grad school and waiting to hear back, hopefully this month or next. Um, yeah, a little over 2 years ago now, I left my office job where I was doing basically human resources, but that got very boring. Yeah, I love tutoring famished. Wait, does this make sense? And I'm just oh wait, this does make sense, right? What? Okay. Fuck you too, Wolfram. I see how it is. Trying to run from me. You do playtesting on the side? Is that easy to get work for? I assume that's something uh that'd be difficult to find a lot of work for. You're in grade 10, we can solve JE questions. Oh, nice. It's impressive. Hey, this is just 450. It's a positive area. And 300 times or 30 times 30 is 900. So it does make sense that I'm getting 450. So I agree with the Vikings' first answer. It's reward site. Oh, interesting. Awkward. It's cut off for me. Awkward Insomniac. Thank you for the follow. Perpendicular to the x-axis. Wait, what's half of what? The lengths are modeled by the base. And then they start using the word widths. I hate this phrasing. The lengths are modeled by the base. So the length is the three-dimensional thing that's coming out of the page at me. The width, presumably, is from the x-axis to the parabola. That width is half the length. So the length is twice the width. Question mark. I think so. So if this is the width is half the length. So we can do 2 times the width to get the length. Does this make sense? I think it does. Take a screenshot of that integral there in the result. Find the perimeter of the base of the, so we need an arc length for that one. So we know the base, or we know the bottom of it is length 30. So 30 plus square root 1 plus, I can even make Wolfram Alpha do the derivative for me. Be ultra lazy. Let me highlight this. I want to be lazy, Wolfram. Let me be lazy. It's not letting me be lazy. This is the proper formula, right? Yeah. Really, Wolfram? I don't want to do this problem either. That's why it's your job. We'll do the derivative ourselves then. Fine. Shivansh, you're definitely welcome to help. I don't feel stuck, but this problem that I'm working on part 3 right now. I would put my mug away. So I'm out. This derivative is quick enough to do in my head, I guess. Nope, minus 30. So that agrees with the Vikings answer. Can you read the second part in a different way? Oh, really? Yeah. Should punch about 86 for part 3. The length is f of x. That's interesting because my answer was 4 times. Uh, 40, 50. Not twice of 40. Oh, actually, no, that makes sense. 2 versus 1/2. Um, I really hate this phrasing. The lengths are multiplied by the base, though. Like, I feel like that means the length and the base are two different things. Yeah, Shivansh. 2 to 3 isn't so bad. 2, the phrasing of it is weird, but if we can figure out the actual, like, the math of it isn't too bad. It's just, the widths of each rectangular cross section are half the lengths. Hey, Colded. The widths of each rectangular cross section are half the lengths. Yeah, I can't. I feel like that Luberd and the Viking have both read it the same way, so maybe I'm just gonna say that I'm outnumbered here because I could see it going either way. That's what gives me pause, Fenlock. So that's why I interpreted it the other way. Um, hey, Syntax. And hey, Jose. So I don't know what to say about number two. Besides, it's vague, but okay. So if someone has a question, let me know. Because we're at a little pause here where we don't have something from chat to work on. My plan for today was to do some linear algebra-ing in the downtime. Uh, Analytical number theory questions. I'm terrible with number theory. You can try me. Um, let's pause for a second while I wait to proving the sum of reciprocal primes diverges. Oh God, the sum of reciprocal primes diverges. I mean, I wouldn't expect it to behave any differently from reciprocal natural numbers. Um, yeah, an idea perhaps could do by saying n equals to infinity 1 over n times p of n. Um, I don't know how you would like note this just for the original thing. N equals to infinity 1 over n. Oh, I guess you're using a function. And I assume the p of n is also on the bottom. That reminds me of it's on top. Oh, let me actually I like that phrasing more for how I originally wrote this as well. I guess that'd be n equals 1. So your idea is to look at that series. Oh, it's like a limit comparison? Or maybe what was that one test from Zach's Infinite Series class? It's asymptotes 1 over ln n. You can integrate that? I guess if you use it with ln n. Oh, Dirichlet's test. I think that's the name of it. Dirichlet's test. This is the one where you take a series you want to investigate it and multiply it by a known series. That might be what Zach was thinking of with this. Well, 1 over n wouldn't be a good choice for b sub n in that case. But then, actually, how would we apply this? Because I'm thinking this thing is going to diverge. Because it seems basically like you're removing terms from the harmonic series. Removing terms from the harmonic series could also leave you with inverses of squares. That's fair. Yeah. Hmm. I'm just going to Google this. Sum of reciprocals. Oh, hey, spoiler alert. Euler did it. Figures? You can bound it below with log of log. We're concerned about this changing from summing inverses of primes to inverses with the probability. Probability? Probability of what? Okay, yeah. I don't think I understand what you're talking about. Wait, is this like some weird geometric series? This thing right here, like this like product looks super weird. See what you did. You say that it's asymptotic to 1 over ln. Yeah, the second line I don't get. um, that seems very strange to me. If this like function that gives you prime numbers is asymptotic to 1 over ln n, why aren't you just summing ln n? Like I feel like starting from the sum of 1 over p, you should end up with just the sum of ln n on the right. I don't know where that's coming from. The capital P is probability? The probability that n is... Oh, what the hell? I haven't seen that before. I didn't realize that people even did that. Cool. And it's just super weird to me. Like, I don't realize people made... I guess it makes sense, but P and T is prime number theorem. Pi of n is the prime counting function. Ugh. Okay, but this is where your thing is coming from. N over log n. Or that's why you're doing the reciprocal of that. The probability that n is prime is the same as 1 over n being the reciprocal of a prime. I guess so, yeah. Multiplying reciprocals of natural numbers with the chance that it belongs to reciprocals of primes. I mean, to be truly equal, it should be 0 for a non-prime number, not just very small, right? That seems like something that would need to be addressed with an approach like that. Kind of approach is a name. I mean, I'm a fish out of water here. If there is a name, I don't know. Uh, we could keep reading the actual page on this series and see if it see if any of these approaches use the same thing. Yeah, I mean, I like the log thing is absolutely coming up here. And so I have a feeling that you're on the right track, but for whatever reason, there's an issue with the exact way that you're doing it. Um, I guess evidently to use your I think this article here, ooh, or this like this one here. Oh, stop doing that. What? Why are you going up? Stop going up. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. Like this one down here seems to be the idea that you have, but this one's a lot more involved. It does a lot of groundwork where it even involves logs. Yeah, I mean, I just don't like the claim, or I mean, maybe it's okay when things go to infinity, but I guess you're saying you're not saying equal, you're saying about, but I feel like there's gotta be some good Stack Exchange thread on this, right? Usually for any math question you have, there's a Stack Exchange thread that addresses that exact question. Oh, this is this your exact thing? They end up with the same integral down here. So this pi function is very weird to me. I don't quite know exactly how we even go from this step here to this step here, but I think it's the same thing as what you're trying to do. It seems like at least. So yeah, I don't know that I can contribute much at all to this besides just googling it, but I think it's the best that I can do for you. Oops. Check if n is prime by checking if pi of n minus pi of n minus 1 is 1. Oh, because that numerator gives you 0 otherwise. Interesting. I like that then, because that's exact. You're not making some asymptotic claim. That I'm unsure of how to evaluate. Well, maybe this step says there's some asymptotic stuff happening. I don't know, but I would trust random Stack Exchange users before I trust me. Hey Zach, yeah, we're looking into it for syntax. I'm uh I'm very lost, but I think I've at least found something that uh would help syntax at least, even if I don't completely understand it. This seems to more or less answer the question to my eyes at least. Okay. I can't believe that a mathematician uses pi as the name of a function though. That's just like shocking to me. Yeah, this apparently this even has its own Wikipedia page, which I have clicked off of. It was here. The spoiler alert, it diverges, but there's a couple of different ways that you can prove it. Wait, did I look at this one? Carve XT is a thing. That's true. I mean, at least car isn't taken. Pi is it like, you know, I feel like that already has a use. Hey, Lone Wolf. We were just looking into a question from Syntax Error about this infinite series here of prime numbers. They're reciprocals of prime numbers, I should say. So I think I'm about to move on, but that was the start of all this. um, a number, an operator, a function, and a delicious treat. What? That sounds like the setup for a joke. Since we got a little bit of a break, maybe we'll do some linear algebra studying. Um, so I mentioned before that I've been going through these lectures. Oh God. For which S is limit? It's a restatement of the Riemann hypothesis? Oh wow. That's crazy. I've been going through these lectures from Strang, and this one that I'm on right now is like, I guess, a review leading up to a quiz. And the questions he was asking were actually kind of interesting, so I stopped partway through. Because I kept on pausing it to work out the question in my head, but this one got a little bit too crazy for me to do in my head. And so I figured, oh, let's just do it on stream. The question here is, given the matrix A times the vector x equals 2, 4, 2, and x equals this, what is A? So up to this point in the class, we haven't really done this type of reverse question. And I think this is hinting at like basises, or like a change of basis. But I want to see if I can work this out. So unlike him, I'll actually mark my vectors. 2, 0, 0. Hey, underscore. 1, 1, 0. Right? Okay. What is A? Okay, so the first thing to think about is that is a 3x1 vector. X is a 3x1 vector. And so in order for A times X to result in a 3x1 vector, A must be 3x3. Further, the rank of A, I believe, is 1 because we have 2 free variables. I hope that's right to say. And so I think if we were to get A into our REF form, we must have 2 rows of zeros. Do we not? You said X would be too many unknowns. Yeah. I think we have to. I assume there's a clever way of doing this, but like I feel like guessing and checking isn't honestly a bad idea. I feel like the true way to tell from how these things look, I guess. Um, I guess we can tell from the free variables what certain things should be when. So if we know that x1 plus x2 equals uh, wait, I'm looking at this vector here. I guess it equals 2. That feels weird though. Yeah, you know, I would be happy with one possibility for A. I I I don't think he was being very exact in the wording of the question. I imagine there's many A's that could probably fulfill this because you can. I imagine you could take like scalar multiples or something, or maybe not. I don't know. Um, I think this just has to be a one right here. No. Wait, how the hell does this work? I cannot reverse engineer this. Maybe I should let C and D both be one, and that's a possible value of X. Maybe that's how you do it. Do you just take different values for C and D until you have enough equations? I feel like I haven't set this up right. Because in theory, C equals 0, D equals 0 gives us just 2, 0, 0. Okay, if we did it the long way, what would that look like? Like, this feels very stupid. I feel like there's gotta be a better way than this, right? Yes. Like, we could take as many solutions for X as we want and figure out what A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I either must be or what they could be, depending on how many solutions we get. But there's got to be a way to eyeball this, though. There's no way we're expected to do this. The rank of A being 1. X is equal to 2 plus C, C, and D. Yeah, true, if you combine these all into one. Maybe infinitely many. matrices for A? I mean, maybe. I honestly, I haven't, I, I assume there would be, but I don't actually know that, to be honest. Um, I'm getting weirded out because like if I am saying the rank of A is 1 because we have two free variables, I feel like from yeah, we're basically given this information up here. Oh, sorry, the rank part being 1? No, that's my inference. That may or may not be correct. A is not necessarily rank 1. Really? How is that possible if we have two free variables? I thought that means the dimension of the null space is 2. And all that's left over then is 1 for the rank. Can this be written as A311 equals 212? I don't know. Why would it be 212 there? Nas. That's a 4. I definitely agree that you could write like that, and that should be true for A. I think all C and D underscore. Like those are free variables. Or like we're taking every like linear combination of these two. Like this is the homogeneous. I feel like we have to have a 1 there. That just feels right. I feel like it's like this for some reason. How does this? Because I'm just trying to look at. Well, I don't know why this feels right. I guess if x3 is 1, x2 is 0, and you get 0. No, I don't know. I don't know why I think that. Should I be thinking about the homogeneous equation? Because we could forget about the particular for a while. How does that feel? This would give us if we let x1 or if we let x2 be 1 and x3 be 0. I guess we need a negative 1. We would get x1 minus x2 equals 0. And that would give us x1 equals x2. And that would give us the 1 right there. Whereas if we let x2 be 0, x3 be 1, then x1 minus 0 equals 0, so x1 would just be 0 up there. That's why my brain is going towards a matrix that looks like this, I guess, before. And is this just the answer for A? Like, could we just forget about the particular entirely? Or at least what A could look like? You could add on a row that's linearly dependent and get another version of A that would be the same. Take C equals D equals 0 and essentially know the first column of A. Oh, okay. Let's think about that. Homogeneous. Oh. I don't know how anything is pronounced. Am I writing? Why would I write 202? Yeah, this would force the first column to look like that, right? Oh, hey. And then we can combine these two things, right? I've heard it pronounced both ways. I have no idea what's actually right. So if we combine this knowledge from the particular with this knowledge from the homogeneous, if there's a 1 here, I think the first row stands. And we know the other rows have to be dependent, right? So if that's a 2 here, that's a negative 2 here, 0 there. If that's a 1 here, that's a negative 1 here, and a 0 there. You like that, Zach? Okay. We can look at the video too and see what the answer should be, but that feels okay. Naz is saying, yeah, I think it's like the brute force way of thinking about it, Naz. That would take a long time, I think. Video agrees. Oh, you pulled up the video too? I should probably drop the link in here. Oh, hey, look at that. Oh, he did it so much quicker though. Also, I've been watching this on 1.5 speed. It's kind of funny to see him like do math super quick. Okay. He's just gonna eyeball it. That part I didn't know. I had to kind of like work that out organically right there, I guess. Okay, nice. Okay. What? I assume this is the same A. So then, wait, is the X the same? I guess so. Or no? No, the X is not the same, right? Okay. Um, for what vectors B? I assume we want the column space. That's everywhere we can possibly get with the matrix A. That feels right. Oh, and that would check out with the problem we just did. And it's just 1, 2, 1. Um, in 2, 4, 2 is in that column space. So I think that's just my answer for that part. Like, so any multiple you want of 1, 2, 1. I probably should rephrase my answer. Just like B equals a scalar times 1, 2, 1 to be more explicit. Yeah. New question. Also, like he always has a new blackboard. Like I feel like there's infinite blackboards in this thing. Wait, a square matrix. I need to see this in writing. Okay, in a square matrix, if the null space is 0, well, this isn't a true or false question. Wait, what's the true or false? Room is said to be 30 meters wide. That may, oh yeah, it's like a long walk. There's like 3 sets of blackboards here as well, like side by side. I would believe that. I think I just spoiled a little bit because I could hear the first word of that. But let's think about this. The null space in 0 implies that the rank of A, if A is n by n, then the null space being 0 means that the rank is n. And since the rank for null, or sorry, for the rank for row and column space is the same, surely the rank of A transpose is also the same. So it should also be 0. That's what I'm saying. So why does A have to be square? If A wasn't square, what breaks? Oh. Um. Yeah, it gets weird because you have to switch your use M instead of N. It would be, I guess, M minus N if the rank of A is N. And it depends if M is. It's at, I guess it's at most M minus M. If it's like 2 by 3, like if M is less than N, then you, I guess, just take M. No, this just kind of breaks entirely. The null space can't be 0 if there's more columns than rows. You have to have some free variables. Okay, so that's why we say this is square, because things, if n is greater than m, or if you have, if I should, if you have more columns than rows, then this question becomes impossible. If you have more rows than columns, then the question is possible, but you will usually have a different null space when you transpose. Yeah, that, okay, yeah, sure. If one of the null spaces is 0, then the other one definitely will not be 0, I guess. If it's a rectangular matrix. Okay. Do the invertible matrices form a subspace? I assume that the answer is going to be yes. That just kind of feels like a yes question. But we should justify that. If it is true. So to be a subspace, then or to be a subspace, what do you need? You have to be closed. Under scalar multiplication. I spelled it right on the first try. Wow. Look at me go. What's the other condition? Is that it? I guess it's a basis that has to be independent. I feel like there's something else that I'm missing, right? Forget. Has a zero vector, sure. Okay, that is it. We'll throw in the zero vector thing. Okay, so wait. The zero matrix is not invertible, right? That seems like an issue. Uh, I wonder. I assume it would meet the other conditions though. I'm glad I looked up the definition. Is it true that the sum of two invertible matrices is also invertible? It should be. No, it shouldn't be. No, because exactly, yeah, Fembox. I see. I plus negative I. Scalar multiplication, though, yeah, that would be closed. That's kind of mean because this lecture series hasn't talked about determinants yet, and I feel like that makes this question a lot easier to think about. The way I think the time is he's touched on invertible matrices is for like Gauss-Jordan form. Yeah, zero times I is just zero, and that's not included. Or sorry, no, we don't worry about matrix multiplication for a subspace though. Oh, no, or you mean that zero isn't invertible? I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. You're saying the scalar multiplication bit. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Zero is a scalar. Yeah. Not close under addition or scalar multiplication. Okay, well, this fails on all counts then. It would nearly meet scalar multiplication if not for zero, though. How about that? If b squared equals 0, then b equals 0. B squared equals 0. I assume b is just a matrix here. Surely we can engineer like a 2x2 case where things cancel. But I think that there should be a way of. I think there should be a kind of theoretical way of thinking about those. But like, what if we go back to just good old I? For some, my my mind is telling me this, but my body is telling me I don't know what the hell is happening with this. Oh, the negatives aren't even necessary, right? Wait, no, this isn't b squared. What am I talking about? Oh my god, I'm thinking of any two matrices. Oh god, no, 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 no. Ignore me. B squared is 0. Can we engineer a matrix that when you square it? A non-zero matrix. Okay, so if B is invertible, then I think you can show this thing has to be 0. So we have to look at non-invertible B's? So that's our only chance. What happens if we have like that? Does this give us 0? No, it won't give us 0. We shifted this one so it's not on the main diagonal, though. Does that change anything? It does, right? Zero for that entry. 0 for that entry. 0. Yeah, right? So false. That's what I'm saying. In the words of Dwight, false. It's a trick? Okay, I did the transpose, but is there a trick that's different from what we're seeing here? A system of n equations and n unknowns is solvable for every right-hand side if the columns are independent. True. It does hold for 1x1 matrices, yeah. That's the first thing that I tried in my head. Those are invertible, though. Every 1x1 matrix is invertible, right? Besides 0. Yeah. True. I was talking about Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. And one of the previous lectures, he was talking about it was during like the applications like lecture he did, and he was talking about that game like 6 degrees of separation or whatever, where like you name 2 people and you have to find like, or no, you name 2 actors. Well, he was doing it with like friendships, but like what degree of, of separation are you from like Bill Clinton is the example he was using. Like I know someone who knows someone who knows someone who knows Bill Clinton, and like it was kind of funny. I kind of like dated this because he made like a Monica Lewinsky joke too. It's like, oh wow, this is really. It was posted 15 years ago. I don't know if that's when lectures were actually held though. Spring, I just say spring 2005 right on it. I guess that enough time has passed so you can safely make a joke like that. I think these questions are pretty fun to be honest. 50-50. That's concerning. I feel like that's an easy one. To be fair, the lineage request that I took really emphasized like that point though, so maybe that's why it's easy for me. No multiplication allowed. Basis for the null space for that. Okay. So 0, 1, 1, minus 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. 3 by 3, 3 by 4 results in a 3 by 4. So we need a 4 vector. I'm gonna actually draw this vector just to remind me of what the result will look like. Ooh. It gets a 3 by 3 result though, right? 3 by 3, 3 by 4 gives 3 by 4. So we need a 4 by 1 that gives a 3 by 1. Okay. So basis for the null space. From a product of matrices. We do know this is invertible. Because that's just, it's basically a row operation matrix. Because it has the identity there. And the one here means you're adding row 2 to row 1. The one there means you're adding row 1 to row 3. And I guess if we know it's invertible, couldn't we just chop it off? Like we could multiply both sides by its inverse. So I think that's the key to avoiding the multiplication here. So we really only need to worry about this matrix here. And we can find the basis for that null space. So we have two free columns here to worry about. So x3 and x4 are going to be our free variables. We'll let x3 equal 1, x4 equal 0, and let's see x1 plus, nope, x1 minus x3 equals 0. Okay. And then x2 plus x3 equals 0. So the null space of B is some scalar times 1 minus 1, 1, 0 plus some other scalar times, now we need to let x3 be 0, x4 be 1, x1 plus 2x4 equals 0, x2 minus x4 equals 0. Okay, so then x1 is minus 2x4, x2 is equal to x4, 0, 1. Okay, I think that's my answer. 1 minus 1, 0, minus 2, 1, 1. Obviously. He just said it's queer? No, don't just say it's queer. Okay. I'm surprised that I thought it would use some other argument. Okay. Speed it up, buddy. One minus 110. Yep. Minus 2101. Yep. Oh yeah. Bx equals 101. Um, does the null space we just found help us do that? Because now we're basically looking for a particular solution. I don't know if it really directly does. I assume we're not supposed to invert the first part and multiply it. We definitely could do that. One zero one is the first column of the first matrix. Ooh, that's a nice spot. Um, how to make the right choice of X then? Because X kind of has to plow through this matrix here. Um, so if that's the first column, we want to multiply it. We want the result to be, or we want the result of this matrix times our vector x to just be 1 0 0, because this would choose just the first column. So, oops, let's not do that. What we can boil the problem down to is 1, 0, minus 1, 2. 0, 1, 1 minus 1. 0, 0, 0, 0. Times the vector of interest x is equal to 1, 0, 0, 0. Because this vector times this matrix gives us the desired result. X is 4 by 1. And so surely 1, 0, 0, 0 would work here, right? Yeah. So I guess this is our answer. Yeah. Great spot there, Lubert. Let's see if Strang agrees. Oh, he just skipped right over some stuff here, I feel like. What? We got the right answer. This explanation makes no sense to me, though. I think there's... He must be using something about... Just a math guide both. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I assume he's making some kind of point about how the second matrix is the only one that affects the null space, and we want to completely discount the the second matrix and only grab the first column of this matrix. But it feels like a leap. Like I need to fill in the steps between saying that taking our constants equal to 0 would actually accomplish that. Hey, just a math guy. If x is 1, 0, 0, and y is 1, minus 1, 1, 0, part of the null space, then a times x plus cy is equal to ax plus cay is equal to ax. Oh, I guess, are you saying it doesn't matter if like, whatever we choose for the null space, it doesn't matter? Or, like, whatever constants we choose, like, I guess don't... Okay. I'll look at that in a second. Syntax error. Okay, so I guess that's why we can just make our life simpler and just let them both be 0. Since for this particular... Okay, yeah, that's fair. Y is 0. Hmm. Okay. What is syntax error saying? First thing you come to the realization that a technique like the one you use can be used only be used to prove series diverges, requires properties for the indicator function and probability. That's interesting that it would only work for divergence. I guess I could kind of see that where it's like the test for divergence. That's not like the first thing you learn with a series, where there's an inequivalent for convergence. Suna, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. How's your stream? How's it going? For anyone who's new here, I'm Don. I do like math help streams. I also do some game streams, but today's obviously a math day. What I'm doing right now is just because there isn't a question from someone in chat. I'm doing some linear algebra studying, so I've been going through this. This is like a lecture from MIT on linear algebra. I've been going through these, and this one in particular just seemed cool to do on stream because it's asking a bunch of questions that so far have been pretty fun. So we've been going through this and trying to figure out the answers before he says them. Pinkaj, thank you for the kind words. Yes, Suna, I hope your stream was good. Oh, good, he's explaining more. Oh, hey, Suna. I'll say again, thank you so much for the raid. I hope your stream was good. We've been going through some linear algebra lectures and pausing every time he asks a question to try and answer it. Oh, it was a test stream. Okay. Well, Gladiator didn't go bad at least. I'm not currently in college. In college. Uh, Looking for a Feynman lecture in the background. Oh, interesting. You have to go. All right, Suna. Thank you thank you so much for the raid. We have a good rest of the day. Yeah, thank you. Good night to you too. If m equals n, the row space equals the column space. True or false? No way. The dimension, sure. The spaces themselves, I don't. I think if that happened, it's a coincidence. All right, Pinkosh, you sleep well too. Thanks for hopping in. False. Only the dimensions are the same. We should want a good simple example that would prove this, right? Like, let's just do a 2 by 2. I guess I should, if I'm saying the column space of A, then I should make it a scalar times a vector. In the row space, which is column space of A transpose, is 1, 1. Like, so these just aren't the same spaces, right? Oh, or that one. A and minus A. Row, column, null, and left null. I'm leaning towards true. For both of the null spaces, I think we could absolutely say true because ax equals 0 and minus ax equals 0 aren't really significantly different. Same for left null space. Is that how it is? No, it's not like that. It'll be A transpose Y, right? Now, how about the row and column space? Um, well, for the row space, you can always go from a and minus a with row operations. So you can just multiply each row through by -1. And get the same row space. And I assume the same is true of the column space. I think I'm going to send true on this one. You're just blowing all your channel points, just a math guy. You know, like, obviously, feel free to do that. And for anyone who's new here, this isn't like a normal thing that I do on stream. I normally don't watch videos on stream, but I don't know, this one just felt interesting enough for me to go ahead and do it. This video doesn't have that much longer on it, and then we'll probably do some physics studying after this, unless we get a question. If A and B have the same subspaces, A is a multiple of B. I feel like it's too good to be true. Or my gut tells me false, but I can't justify that. If A and B have the same subspaces, A is a multiple of B. Well, actually, for null spaces, that's probably true. Maybe it is true overall. Okay, I think it definitely is true that multiples of matrices had the same spaces. Basically, for the same reason that we just talked about in the last problem. But is there another scenario where they have the same spaces? I think no, because you could do row operations like the if you were to do like say row operations, you would mess up the column space, and vice versa. If you do column operations, you mess up the row space. I guess I'm saying true. I think if you modify the question to take out one of row or column space, you could say false. But I think because they're both in there, you gotta say true. But I think about non-brittle, I think it's still true though. I feel hurt. Wait. I need to listen to that reason again. Oh, he's saying just take any full rank mate or any two full rank matrices. We know for a fact they don't have to be the same. Dang! Oh, that's so simple, man. I should have figured that out. I assume their REF is the same then, or like multiple? No, not even multiples. Oh, open question. Yeah, RREF. Okay, fine. If prep or grad school, yeah. If A and B have the same four subspaces, then this is fancy way of saying RREF is equal, I think. Do a minesweeper? You don't have to twist my arm. No guessing. This this is guessing. No, it's not. Okay, no, we're good. I wasn't lied to. I just need to get good. I can feel a misclick coming right now. Um, okay. 46 seconds. Not the worst. Thank you for the redeem. Popo, I played too much Minesweeper in my life. I figured out like what the patterns are, and once you know that, you just recognize it in the situation. Really? like I don't know, it's something that I just thought about it for long enough, and like if you have say three unknown squares here, up here it's just the border. Oops. And you have all ones right next to them, you can eliminate this box here because um this one here guarantees or you know that okay. I mean, I feel like it basically just comes down to recognizing those patterns, but I guess for people who don't know, like, I'm sorry, I should start. This one guarantees that there's a bomb in one of these two boxes. And so whatever box or whatever box is taken, this one is also like this one is tracking the same bomb in whatever one of these two boxes. So the third, but the that one also covers the box down there, so you know there can't be a bomb there. It's things like that that you just kind of like learn by doing, I guess. This is ugh. If A is row equivalent to B, or all four of these things imply each other. A is row equivalent to B, I assume meaning they're scalar multiples of each other. Then they have the same null space, the same row space, and the same RREF. So I was correct to say that the RREF is the same, I guess. As far as I can tell. Oh, hey! We've got a kindred soul. Wait, this true false question is stupidly false? Shots fired? Oh, I guess the same REF doesn't guarantee column space. I was kind of worried that there was a stronger answer as well. You didn't watch my lectures or digest. Oh, wait, is this. Oh my god. There's actual professors answering stuff on Stack Exchange like this. He literally wrote a book on linear algebra and goes on Stack Exchange and answers like people's questions. That's kind of awesome. And that's kind of good advertising because now I'm interested in this book. This actually seems kind of interesting. I'm not spending $250 on it, but okay. Um, so this isn't like it's the flaw with saying that RREF is the same. But what should the answer be then? What if I'm not smart enough to figure this out on my own? I want someone to just tell me it. Oh, I guess the transpose of the RAF is also no. Okay, what should the answer be? Unless it's just a bad question, according to the other linear algebra professor. Mm. I'm not getting a satisfying answer. I do think my answer of RAF being the same is not very good. Hey, this is from MIT. Okay, here we go. Oh wait, but no, that's not the open-ended version. Ugh. Yeah, absolutely, Fembox. And like, thank you for being there. That's basically why I gave you VIP because like you being there just really made it like way more fun, and I wanted to like say thanks in that small way. Um, I'm kind of hoping. I mean, I definitely want to do another reading group. I've probably been waiting to hear back about grad schools and partly wanting to get through the mechanics stuff faster. I wonder if we should start watching mechanics lectures. Yeah. Um, I made a little post about it on Discord, but like, I don't want VIP to just be like a look at me, I'm a streamer thing. I want to also include people who have just like gone above and beyond in the community. Emma DeBlam, welcome back. Breaking your applied stats group project. Okay. Hmm. I want to reread The Guy with Attitude. Actually, wait. I also want to reread this. Yeah. Your trial predictive models all fail in a similar way. By that, I mean they all sometimes generate predictions that are out of the range in which response are supposed to sit. Oh no. Yeah, I have no idea how you would go about like fixing that, but hope that you can figure it out. Try a beta family generalized linear model. Whatever that means. I guess good luck with it. I'm sorry that you gotta do all that. Oh, it's a fun GLM to work with. Oh. Okay, fine. I'm just gonna go back to lunch. We only got 4 more minutes. Wait, if you exchange, what's that? Oh wait, no, the captions are gonna spoil it. The answer. If you exchange 2 rows of A, what subspaces stay the same? Row space and null space, surely. Column space and left null space. No. Yeah. Wait, why can't 1, 2, 3 be in the null and the row space? Okay. Well, I mean, it's a... it just kind of doesn't make sense because it's the same vector twice, but we should figure out a way to put into words why. Um, if it was in the null space, um, wait. I'm trying to say something about if 1, 2, 3 is in the null space, then if you it kind of like anything you try to do with the row space will get like sucked into the 0 vector, or it's like something like that, but like the actual like the math way of saying that. This is journal plus plus. I'll spell it out because it's spelled weird. That's the program that I use. Generalized linear model is pretty much a distribution that generates your residuals, linear predictor, and a link function. Okay, fair enough. The link function stuff I've never heard of. The row space is the span of the rows. Yes, yes. Um, and I know that something is going to be broken. I don't know why my mind can't, or why I can't like articulate that. Um, it would mean that the row space is only 0. But the null space can't be only 0 because 1, 2, 3 is in it in this make-believe land, right? I think that must be the contradiction, right? Let me try to actually write that out. Wait. No. Wait, no, I lost it. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I should start with the row space. Is in the row space. Then ax equal b can be solved for b equals some scalar multiple a times 1, 2, 3. However, if 1, 2, 3 is also in the null space, then wait, no. That's a good explanation. Okay. I'll go in a second. I want to try and like this feels very wrong to me that the same vector should not be able to be in both the row space and in the null space. But I want to try and figure out my own words why, and then I'll look at that. If I can, then I'll just do it. But um, hey Comets, how's it going? Welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Am I interpreting the row space part right? I don't think I am. I think this is the column space, my first sentence. Doesn't Don meth? I mean, Don can do many things. Math, meth. Yeah, you too. Okay, fine. I give up. I'm. This is harder than I think it is, or harder than I thought. That would basically be my. That's basically the question. Yeah, what I'm getting held up on is that the row space is left multiplication, and the null space is right multiplication. For your matrix A. Yeah, because multiplying on the left is basically doing row operations. And that's where my confusion is coming from. Like that's where when I thought I had an explanation, it's Or I thought I had the explanation, but I remembered that piece and my explanation fell apart. AX being the column space is okay. Yeah, because if 1, 2, 3 is in the null space, it means that the first column plus the second column plus the third column equals 0. Whereas 1, 2, 3 being in the row space means that some combination of the rows adds to 1, 2, 3. One over 0 equals 1 over infinity equals 1 times infinity. Okay, if you're gonna try to cook, then I'm gonna try to roast. 1 over 0 equals 1 over infinity equals 1 times infinity. What's happening here? You're saying that 0 is equal to 1 over infinity, which in the limit sense, sure. And then this is a fraction of a fraction. I mean, no, actually, if you're talking about like limits and not actually doing this math, you're kind of right. Like you're basically saying like the limit as x goes to 0, just to avoid difficulty, I'm going to say from the right, of 1 over x is infinity. This is a very weird way of showing it. But I think the idea of what you're doing is fine. Like, this isn't a valid way of like actually like doing it. I would say something more like this, but what you're saying there actually isn't so far off. Whenever 0 equals 5, there you go, Zach. I mean, you just define it to be 5 and let the chips fall where they may. 1 over 0 equals 5 equals 42 equals 3.14159. All right. Oh my god. Numbers would be a lot easier if they were all equal. If we only ever had to work with like the number 1, and that's our entire number system, I think math would be a lot easier. Yeah, E equals pi. It's time to make another Twitch channel called pi to the 2IE. You're still wondering why that's wrong to say this? There's probably a few things. The very first part of the statement, 1 over 0, is already wrong. Division isn't defined by 0, so this thing is already meaningless. 1 over infinity is 0, so multiply both sides by infinity, which gives 0 equals 1. Yeah, I mean that's a good. I mean, yeah, that's a similarly like problematic statement. An object split into 0 groups is ambiguous. One object split into 0 groups is ambiguous. The object count per group. Oh, thinking about division in that way. Yeah, like if 4 divided by 2 means that you're splitting up 4 objects into 2 groups of people, each group would get 2 things. how do you split one object up into 0 groups of people? It's bullshit that everyone made up. The entire like idea of limits is so like we avoid this. So we can do this without actually doing it. We never actually divide by 0. We divide by some incredibly tiny number that's arbitrarily small. That's the reason why it works. That's why it's not bullshit. What if we just call it infinity plus? I think giving it a new name doesn't fix anything. It's infinity plus. It's the hot new number that actually does work like this. It's like a streaming service. You just add plus onto it. That's what she said. Did I say something that she said? Probably. What's your number? Infinity plus. There you go. What the heck? You're... What did Firefox just do to me? I don't know what it did to it did something though. Okay. It's complex. You like the root of -1? Don't quit your day job, Lucas. I need a cricket sound effect. Oh, the music. Oh, thanks. Do you also just kind of put on a random lo-fi one, like lo-fi like playlist? What was I doing? Why can't the same vector be in the row space and the null space? Wait, let me actually just like take another stab at doing myself. So if 1, 2, 3 is in the row space, then that means 1, 2, 3. Is that right? Or should I make it a 3-bit? No, wait. That means that if 1, 2, 3 is in the row space, then that means there's some vector x times... No, that can't... Yeah, a row vector x. That will give us 1, 2, 3. And if 1, 2, 3 is in the null space, about 1 over 1 over 1 over infinity. Oh my god, Lucas. If you start with a false statement, you can prove anything you want. That's the real lesson here. So if you want to prove something, just start with a false statement. That's the easy trick. um This is the sound that a DS makes when you turn it on, right? I say the song is a little piece of it that reminds me of the like Nintendo DS like startup sound. That. Three. Prove that when two numbers are a different number, there is a number between that. Well, see, that's what important. It's important to say your set of numbers there, because for like integers, that doesn't have to be true. What integer is between 2 and 3? If you want to talk about like rationals, though. Wait, no, it's definitely true for real numbers, or not true for, or true. Or, are there two rationals that are right next to each other, and nothing in between them? Because that's basically how irrationals are defined, right? Okay, this question is getting deeper than I thought. I am Batman. Yeah, if I am Batman, then the Riemann hypothesis is true. Statement is false can prove anything. A statement is false. I mean, yeah. What if you say the statement is true and the statement is false? Are you true or false? I think if there's ever a robot that has you cornered and is trying to attack you, that's the type of thing that you would say to make it like short circuit and give you enough time to like run away. Um, 1, 2, 3 is in the null space. The null space is the vector. I already used x. Well, it means a times 1, 2, 3 is 0, 0, 0. Oh, could I transpose each side of this? No, that's not helpful. Yes? That is helpful. No, it's not helpful. Is it helpful? I don't think transposing each side is helpful. There's gotta be something here, though. Get to heaven, there are two guards. One always lies, the other always tells the truth. What question do you ask to get to heaven? Well, what's the qualification? Or like, how, like, how do you get into heaven or not? Do you having to fight against a robot? Like, do you ask, can I come in? Someone made this is like a rendering. There's no way this is real. You can actually buy one of these? What? No, this can't be real. John Connor's not happy about this. Well, I mean, you get into heaven or hell depending on how you lived your life. Why does the question you ask have any bearing on that? That's what I don't get about that question, Lucas. Like, how would you asking a question change anything? It's guaranteed I get to heaven. Then why am I asking a question? Why can't I just like plow right through them? Oh, like what direction is heaven? Oh, I see. It's like there's two doors. You have to figure out which one is the right one. Okay. That feels like Academy of Useless Ideas has probably done the exact same question, which, if you don't know, it's a cool math channel. Academy of Useless Ideas, but with like knights and knaves. Um, one always lies, one always tells the truth. Then you're a greedy, so you go to heaven. You know, just open both the doors and look. You know, who cares about this stupid game? I want to think about the linear algebra question more than that question, to be honest. Yeah, just tell me the answer. I don't have the brain power for both these questions at once. Big hand and door figure out which is hotter. Yeah. Just math guy, are you asking for help with that question or what's up with that? If you were to ask the other guard what was the right door, where would he point me to? I, I'm sure the explanation isn't that hard, but I don't get it right now. Yeah, sure. Three streak. Thank you, Raven. U is equal to x squared plus 1. Is this the use that really jumps out to me here? So du is 2x dx. This x will cancel with the cubed. Partially, so we get an x squared. We need a 1/2 because of the 2 that's here. Over root u du. And we know that this x squared is the same thing as u minus 1. So I'll bring the 1/2 out front. I'll put a u minus 1 up top. And then we split this fraction up into 2. So we get u over root u minus 1 over root u du. Let's use some exponent rules here. So u to the 1 divided by u to the 1/2. You subtract the exponents to get u to the 1/2. And this one now write as u to the minus 1/2 du. Okay, now we're ready to integrate using the power rule. So you add 1 to the exponent and divide by the new exponent. So 2/3 u to the 3 over 2. Negative 1/2 plus 1 is positive 1/2. Divide by positive 1/2 to get 2, u to the 1/2 plus c, and now we unsub. I'm going to multiply the 1/2 in here as well. So yeah, I guess you could call that the answer. Um, you could simplify it a little bit if you really felt like it. But honestly, I would just stop there. No worries, just a math guy. Thank you for the question. Can you find all asymptotes in the function using limit notation? Find all asymptotes. Let's think about it. X minus 1, 6 minus x. Okay. Both these things are underneath the square root, right, Lucas? Like I've written the function down correctly. Did I write this down right? Or is this the right like problem? Yes. Okay. Cool. So first, I'm gonna get the asymptotes not using limit notation, and then we'll put into the limit notation at the end. So in looking for asymptotes, we need to look for things that break the rules of math that you seem to enjoy breaking. So we can't divide by 0. We need to make sure that the denominator is never 0. We also can't take the square root of a negative number. So really, we want it to be greater than 0, because a negative number doesn't work, and 0 itself does not work. So I'm just trying to think of the best way to explain this next bit. Let's make sure that whatever is inside is always positive first. So we're not taking the square root of a negative number. Actually, I'm sorry. This is not phrased very well. We want, yeah, I'm sorry. I should do this in two separate things. We don't want the denominator to be 0. We also don't want the thing inside the square root to be negative or 0. So we want this condition to be true, and we want this to be true. The thing inside the square root needs to be positive, and the denominator should never be 0. So from the one on the left, as long as let's pretend it is equal to 0 for a second and throw out anything that we get. So I'm going to start by squaring each side. So 0 squared is still 0. And then we split it up into two separate problems. X minus 1 is 0, and 6 minus x is 0. So x equals 1, and x equals 6. So these are two things that we can't allow definitely for x. We do not want either of these things happening. Now from the condition over here, these ones are a little bit trickier. How I like to think of it, there's two ways we could think of it. This is pretty easy to graph because it's factored. So let's just do a rough graph of it. We know the roots of this thing are 1 and 6. So I'm just going to, without doing too much scaling, I'll say this is 1 and this is 6. And this is a parabola facing down. Because if you were to multiply this out, or, you know, because when we do x times this x over here, we're going to get a minus x squared. So the leading coefficient is negative. So the parabola is facing downwards. So the parabola looks something vaguely like that. And we want the positive part of this parabola, and that happens between 1 and 6. And there's a completely different way we can think about this too. So I'll get into that in a second, but this is the graphical way of thinking about it. So on top of x not being 1 or 6, we also need x to be between 1 and 6. So 1 is less than x is less than 6. The other way that we could think about it is kind of with example values of x. We could actually even make like a number line. Because we know that 1 and 6 are important numbers because those are zeros. So you could also just make a number line here, 1 and 6, and plug in example values like here, here, and here. So I could plug in, like, to the left of 1 in this part, I could plug in 0. That's a really easy thing to plug in. 0 minus 1 is a negative number. 6 minus 0 is positive. So negative times positive is negative. So I know it's negative over here. Between 1 and 6, an easy number to plug in is 2. 2 minus 1 is positive. 6 minus 2 is positive. Positive times positive is positive. So positive in between. And then beyond 6, let's just plug in 7. 7 minus 1 is positive. 6 minus 7 is negative. So positive times negative is back to being negative. And so we only take the positive part between 1 and 6. I don't think we'll have a horizontal asymptote. So what I'm seeing from this is that the entire function is going to be stuck between 1 and 6. Like, these are like jail bars here. We can't go outside of them. And so horizontal asymptote, usually you would express that as like x going to infinity or x going to minus infinity. But x never goes to either of those things because of how the function is defined with the square root. So really the interesting things to get limits for are around 1 from the right and 6 from the left. Very confusing. Yeah, so I'm not getting any. I agree. There should not be a horizontal asymptote. We do have some vertical asymptotes, and we should express those with limits. And I'm trying to think about how we do that. I guess, okay, so we want to think about the limit as x gets very close to 1 from the right, from the right of the original function. So imagine we're taking this function and plugging in numbers just a tiny bit more than 1. What happens there? You bit your tongue? Oh, that sucks. Well, we know that exactly at 1, this thing is equal to 0. And so if we divide by 0, we're getting a very big number. And it's going to be positive because it's positive on top and positive on the bottom. So yeah, exactly. It should go to infinity. I'd expect this portion of the graph on the left over here to look something like that. Not knowing where it goes the rest of the way. Yep. Now, as we go to 6 from the left, have the same thing. What's up, Famished? Pretty good. How about you? As we go to 6 from the left here, I think same thing. We know it's a positive number because how we engineered it up here. And it's getting very close to 0. So we're dividing by something very close to 0. I think it's also going to pop up to infinity. Positive. And so I think the graph is going to look something almost like a parabola, but I'm sure not quite. Yeah, I'd say this is the answer that you would turn in. You know, get myself time to relax. Am I productive? Yeah, breakdowns are super important. What's up, Lucas? SGN is the sine function, and it's an unfortunate name. It means it's the number you're giving it positive or negative, as in like one has a positive sign, negative one has a negative sign. So that's a terrible curly brace. Wow. It's equal to -1 for x less than 0 and +1 for x greater than 0. And I think it's just undefined. Maybe it's 0 for 0. It is, okay, yeah. But basically, if you give it a negative number, it gives you -1. If you give it 0, it gives you 0. If you give it a positive number, it gives you +1. And I say it's unfortunately named because in English, like there's also we also have a function named sine of x, and it's completely unrelated. Like SGN of x is completely different from SIN of x. But they're pronounced the same. So that's the unfortunate part. Just starting trig. Oh, nice, math guy. So if you have sine of x plus 4, in Dutch we have radialen and radian. Oh, okay. It'll be the same things. I should really have put the 0 in there. But radian is radian is something in chemistry. Oh no. Some scientific notation are a little tricky, it seems like. Come to the symbol, but the problems are somewhat tricky. Yeah, there's always some tricks in there. Actually, let me say intuitively, if you take sine of x and you make it x plus 4, you're just going to take the same graph and shift it. This is going to get shifted to the left by 4, basically. Because if you plug in x is, say, -3, well, for higher, you'd have to... It's to the... If you add something to x, you're shifting left or right. If you add something to the result of the function, you're shifting up or down. So you'd have to come over here to these ones and start adding things to those if you want to shift it up. But we're adding to x, the input, not the output. Just recall it sinum? Oh, okay. And probably the best way to do this is to plug in test values. So if you plug in x equals -4, you get 0 exactly. So I'd say the 0 bit is with x equals -4. And that makes the other two a lot easier to think about because the top one should be x less than -4. The bottom one should be x greater than -4, following the same pattern. Pronounced sick? Oh, sinum. Okay. Or maybe, I don't know. Those words are weird. That in English as well? Oh, really? Oh, the Wikipedia page does say that. From Latin signum or sinum, I don't know. English is also weird, to be fair. How to pronounce the R? Like the R in Dutch? Or the English R and the other R? What other R? Ara? I have no clue what R you're asking about. The English R and the other R. I don't know what to search for. The English R and the other R? Like, you're not talking about all real numbers. Like, are you asking about, like, this R? Or like, or is this not related to math? R in English Dutch? There's no way this is gonna get me anything remotely relevant. Wait, maybe it will. 13 minutes? How complicated is this R? Oh, okay. I was about to get annoyed at her telling me to drink water, but then it's like, okay, if you're gonna actually be like pronouncing weird words, then maybe. Okay. Get to the point. Where do you do it? Spanish R? French R? Okay. No. You've lost your you've lost your explanation privileges. Is this the same video? Okay, at least this one is time stamped. Is she speaking Dutch or English? I can't tell. Okay. It sounds weirdly English-like. I don't know what's happening in that one. It makes me kind of uncomfortable how similar it sounds to English. That's not. Oh my god. That sounds so weird. Error. Error? Alright, so that's how he's. Okay, there's gonna be different ways. Is that a mouth? Please just pronounce it. I want the simple. Oh, come on. Get to it. Okay. Oh, his name is actually Bart. No, he just said butt, dude. Butt. Oh, okay. I need to get off this train of thought. That just sounds like butt, though. Come on. Ugh. Ugh. No, it's clearly butt, not bot. Dude, okay, I still don't know what. Should, I want to. I'm just gonna listen to the String's answer for this question. I'm sick of thinking. His handwriting is really nice. Oh, well, that's a much. That just means that 1, 2, 3 can't be in the null space. That feels so much easier. Wait, oh my god, was it in front of me the entire time? I think in the row space makes it feel a lot harder, but just saying it being a row means If A has some row that's 1, 2, 3, and you're saying that 1, 2, 3 is in the null space, then you in theory this should be true, but this can't be true. Okay, well that's so much easier. Oh my god. Ah, okay. This is linear algebra, Lucas. I've been for most of the stream. I've been going through this like lecture on it and answering the questions before he, or I was trying to answer the questions before he says what the answer is. Yeah, so this is what my studying has been for this like stream. Am I on 1.5 still? Good. You started chapter 7 in Morin? Oh, nice. That's what's gonna get really rough for me. All that rotational stuff. It's on 1.5. Oh, that's the end. Okay. Those questions are cool. It's perfect for pronunciation. I mean, he's just like enunciating, I guess. He is like, giving a lecture to a giant hall of people. I'm gonna use the bathroom quick. Maybe we'll do a physics problem or two, and maybe wrap up from there. We'll see how I feel. But I do need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back, guys. call this phenomenon I get shelf sickness slash fever? Are you sick or what do you mean? Okay. Oh, wait. We I spent a lot of time thinking about this exact question. I had a great time, Lucas. Thank you for asking. Not enough people ask me if I had a good time while I was using the bathroom. Wait, I want to see the easy CM frame way of doing this. Because it's not immediately obvious to me. In Dutch, you'd have a problem here. In English, you're not going to try. Fair enough. Okay, yeah. So the reason it's incredibly easy in the CM frame is that it's so weird to visualize because the in the lab frame the center of mass is moving, but in the CM frame, you're stationary, everything else is moving. Some reverse direction had all the same speeds. But it's the fact that they just reverse direction preserves the relative speed between them. Okay. Two terms associated. Oh, this is what we were seeing in that one Stack Exchange thread. um, let's set the momenta equal to the menta, the energy is equal to the energies. Um, and so we're going to get group in the energies, we're going to group the ones with the ones and the twos with the twos. Oop, my squared. Ah, this doesn't fit. There we go. Now we can factor these as the difference of two squares, right? The 1/2s can get eliminated. And we're going to take this equation and divide by this equation. We want the final relative velocity between two masses is the negative of the initial relative velocity. Yeah, the signs are wrong. Where, though? How did I manage to mess this up? Oh. I did the division wrong. How many more times am I going to say oh, by the way? I need to rewrite the equation of there. And so it actually gets rid of the other terms, funny enough. Like, that cancels and that cancels, and I thought it'd be the opposite. V1I plus V1F. V2I plus V2F. This is actually what we want. It's equal to minus V1F minus V2F. So the initial relative velocity is the negative of the relative final velocity. Okay, let's do another one, because we basically did that one 2 days ago. Okay. So initially, we have m big V, that's all the momentum, is equal to m, I guess they're using V sub capital M for final. Now, do we need to bring in kinetic energy for this? Or can we use the fact that we just showed somehow? It would probably, can we say something like V is equal to negative Vm minus Vm by the last problem we just did? Technically, you know, on the left is V minus 0. I think that's what we want. So if we were to take, we want to solve for both of the VMs. So we want to get rid of, let's just get rid of that small b. V plus V big M. And we're solving for V big M. So subtract this one over, divide by m plus m, and you get just V big M. Is that right? Sure is. Now it's the same thing, but for small m. We're getting rid of, oh wait, did you go to kinetic energies? We already know what V big M is. Should we just plug it into the original? It's probably smarter. Sure did. Aw. This feels weird. Does this clean up? My capital M's, I'm getting lazy with them, starting to look like mu. Oh my god. If we get a common denominator, hopefully we get cancellations. We need to expand these, aren't we? Okay, thank God the m squareds cancel. Oh, well, I'm getting 0. No, I'm not. Yes, no, I'm not. Okay. It's 2 mmv m plus m. Is that right? Cool. Got it. Um, we're flying through these, so let's do some more. The first 6 problems are the foundational ones. We're about to do number 4. I'm just waiting for Morin to strike me down in my hubris. Uh, what the hell does this sentence mean? The two masses are inversely proportional to the masses? What? Oh, the distances. Oh my god. Is this not the definition of inverse proportionality? Or, wait. The location of the center of mass, which is xcm. The distances to the two masses. So are we asking about x1 minus xcm and x2 minus xcm? I think it has to be. I don't know what else this could be, because you can just tell by looking at the formula that xcm is inversely proportional to m1 plus m2. So I don't imagine they're asking us to split out the definition of inversely proportional. And I'm taking, I mean, we can absolute value, but I'm just going to ignore it. I guess the distance to the two, I assume the distances from the center of mass to each of the two masses, which is why I'm setting up these things. And I assume we are going to hope we get something with a denominator like that once we simplify this. Wait. Oh my god, dude. I knew not everything should cancel. No? Oh my god, dude. What am I doing? M2x1. Those two cancel. The other two sure don't. This one minus x2. Well, the M2 up top makes me uncomfortable. That's not quite inverse proportional. Hmm. Wait. No, I don't know. I don't feel like I fully understand what they're asking. Is it the right track? I mean, I was thinking that like this is the distance from one of the masses to center mass. This is the distance between the two masses. So you could think of that as like a unit in some way, but like this isn't cleanly inversely proportional. I guess neither is the original, like I was saying it was for some reason. Um, the distances to the two. I guess should we do the same exercise for x2 and hope we can combine them in some interesting way? I don't know what else there is to do with this problem. That goes with that. So they mirror each other, which is to be expected. The distances to the two masses are inversely proportional to the masses. I mean, I guess what we have in common is the x1 minus x2 bit. Do we need to do some substitution though? I'm really just throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks here. How does the substitution work? I need to draw it out. X1 minus x2. XCM minus x2. Like that. What does this mean? um, I don't think I've shown anything at all with this substitution. Or do they mean like I really? Like, am I dividing the one of the distances over? Is this inverse proportionality? Like, this just looks dumb. It's like the x2, like the distance to x2 is not on the same, like the distance to x2 is on the bottom, whereas mass 2 is on top. Is that what makes this inversely proportional? Distance to x1 is on top while the mass is on the bottom. Distance inversely proportional to mass means you want d equals k over m for some constant k. But there's two different distances and two different masses, which is what weirds me out. I guess it would be... No, I don't know. The same k? Really? That's what that means? Well, I guess... In the first one, I basically have it if I just... Like, I can rewrite the fraction bar. If we treat the top as a constant for the sake of this proportionality, and we could rearrange it to do the opposite. I guess. Well, this isn't the same K though. Unless momentum is conserved and these are the same thing, or like something like that. Or this is some momentum. No, I mean momentum isn't mass times distance. M1, M2, X1, X2 as the knowns. I mean, I don't know. I just don't know what else to do with this. I don't get from the question that they're supposed to have the same K, but maybe I'm just rusty on what it means to be inversely proportional if you phrase the wording like this. The location of the center of mass has probably the distances to the two masses are inversely proportional to the masses. Hey, Sahel? Welcome in. Uh, I'm very mediocre at math, is how I'd call it. The product will be constant. If you have a question, though, let me know. What's the problem? I don't know where to get a constant from, I guess Fembox is my problem. Like, I could say M1 X1 minus CM over M2 XCM minus X2 is equal to 1. Like, I don't think that's what we want. Someone got canceled with the substitution. I still don't get it. Like, I guess. Oh, do I get it? No. Why would I not just cancel them? How would not canceling them help? The first term. What is that? Oh, those are subscripts. A1 is 2. And what is that? AN? Wait, N minus 1 plus 1? Literally like that? That's weird. Yeah, maybe it's a clue. Yes, let me bring this to a new page. Put a pin in the physics for now. Should have grabbed the problem if I was going to do this. Wait, a squared, or like a sub n squared. What the heck is this? Dubstep? Oh, it's written like that. Or equal. Okay. That's about some terms of an arithmetical progression, sum of squares, terms of arithmetical progression. So that definitely seems like a hint. That really weird definition. Oh yeah, it's a sub n. Yeah, okay, this is. Why would we? I hate that it's -1 there. I feel like usually with recursive definitions, they start with a sub n and go to a sub n plus 1. I assume we're supposed to manipulate it in some way. If we just blindly solve this for a sub n minus 1, um, I'll try to get over myself more because as a problem states it. It's just like unusual to me. This is probably bad, but I'm just gonna blindly cancel stuff. Not very insightful. Unlocks already the closed form. N plus 1 over n. It has that kind of vibe. Yeah, that gets in my head too. How do you possibly use that? Maybe you multiply each side by this? Mux just crushing it. I'm completely lost. My only real idea is to try to get a pattern for Ace of N. Like, what's n equals 2? Then Mux got it right. Wow. This is what you did? This feels so, like, this feels like there has to be an elegant way to solve the problem using that. And that's what I'm trying to search for. I just really don't see it. 3 over 2 plus 1 is 5 over 2. It's still like maddening. Seven over 3 plus 1. It is 10 over 3. Okay. You guessed it from there? I feel like I need another. Oh, Lucas, I'm in California. It's just it's 5:50 in the evening. It's, about to be dinner time. 10 thirds plus 1 over 4. Yeah, 5:50. You're like plus 8 hours or something. Oh, you're in Brazil. Nice. Thirteen over 4 plus 1. 17 over 4? Wait. What is the pattern here? Oh, the numerators are going okay. So wait, the progression is 2 over 1, 5 over 2, 10 over 3, 17 over 4. Denominators easy going up by 1. Numerators goes up by 3, then 5, then 7. I'm not going for much longer, Zach, but yeah. So I think the pattern is a sub n. We're definitely dividing by n. We start at 2, and then we're adding an odd number. Maybe this needs to be 1. When n equals 2, we get 1 plus... No? Can I just say for n greater than or equal to 2? It doesn't work for n equals 1. Does it work for n equals 3? It doesn't. Wait, it needs to be the sum of odd numbers, right? Or it needs to be something more complicated. It's probably n squared or something stupid like that. 2n, so Lucas, if you just need a generic odd number, 2n minus 1 for any natural number n is guaranteed to be odd. Same with 2n plus 1. And just 2n is always even. Hey, you're bad, bro. You don't have to. The goal is to help people out with their math questions because, you know, most people don't like math. Do you want to think about the mixed numbers, Fembox? We can do that. 2.5. Oh. 3 1/3? What? 4 1/4? Oh my god. And so the trick for converting from mixed number back to regular is multiply denominator times the big number, add the numerator, right? So it's n squared plus 1 over n. One in a month. Isn't the first one just two? Like the first one just breaks the pattern, does it not? Oh, and that's where you get n plus 1 over n. Aha. You got that quick. Wow. So now we need to do the sum. We should split this thing. Okay, we do need to take care of n equals 1 because it's a special case. It doesn't follow the pattern we just made. So a sub 1 is 2. So let's just split that out. 4. And now that we're in valid territory for n, we can apply our formula. N squared plus 2 plus 1 over n squared. Okay. Interesting. What's the formula for the sum of squares? Don't give me stats. There we go. That's what we want. N plus 1 to n plus 1 over 6. Okay, so then for this guy, we have to subtract out 1. 100 times 101 times 201 over 6 minus 1, because we're starting from 2. And then we have the number 2 added to itself 98 times? We don't have, do we have any trickery? No, it's just 98. It's not like 99. Right? I hope. And now this last summation, does that have a formula? It should. Something like pi squared over 6, but not quite. Surely there's a partial sum. It is 99? Oh my god. I fixed it on the page. Or math problem you didn't manage to do. Yeah, if you got a problem from there, then we can... I don't mind just dropping and looking at your other one. You just round it down. Okay, fair enough. I hope you're allowed a calculator for that. Oh, I guess, yeah, okay, you can just call it 1. Yeah, pi squared over 6. That's really 1 point something? I guess so. Yeah, okay, I guess I can see that. And then you got this without a calculator? Please tell me, okay, 201 has 3 as a factor. $67. -1 plus 1 cancels. Uh, 50-50. Oh, I hate it when they get stretchy. I Googled it right before I started the stream, and I didn't see a good answer. Or not right before, but like, I did try to Google it. And it's hard to describe, so... uh... Is this a 0 or a 6? I can't tell. Curse my own handwriting. It's a 0. Okay, add 202 to that. 3, 3, 8, 5, 5, 2. Is that? Oh, that's what you said, right? No, you get 1. There, even. Thanks for the follow, Soulful. How did you get 1? Did I miss the 202? 2 times 99. I didn't compensate for... No, never mind. I don't know. This -1 cancel with that +1. Or so I thought. Like, you never brought the 4 out? Isn't that just wrong? Because we know A sub 1 is 2. Oh, wait. This does work for n equals... Ah! I was still in the mode the formula that doesn't work for n equals 1. Bruh. Um, we're getting rid of that. Okay, I don't know what I did wrong before, but this does work out, right? There we go. That's the right answer. Did you want to ask the other question too, Suffle, or were you just like saying that? Okay. Yeah, this is a pretty crazy test. Last year of school. Oh, like to get into university? Okay. That's kind of... We don't have to do questions that hard. Jeez. You have another one? All right. I seriously, like, I still hate that n-1 thing. I want to Google it. I assume you probably already tried Googling it. But, like, that -1 plus 1 thing is still, like, living rent free in my head. But when you hate with a passion, okay. Yeah, I do have a Discord where you can post stuff if you want. Hey, Papadoria. Yeah, I'm not gonna go for it a lot longer, but I don't know. I'm feeling it. You know, I'm interested in these problems. Oh yeah, Imager works too. You watch the full VOD until like 3 a.m. Oh, that's dedication. Factorization class. Maybe like algebra or pre-calc. Well, that does help me out a lot, Papadoria, because in order for my YouTube channel to get monetized, I need a lot more like public watch hours. They call it. So the more the more time people spend watching over there, the closer I get. Are we just solving for x and y here? Okay. Well, I don't know if we should go for an algebra trick. I kind of want to do a substitution. That's what my mind is telling me. We'll see what my body tells me once we start doing it. Oh, then that was a change of variables. Huh. Okay, let's try that. I like that. They do strategically give you a 2x there. So you can so this will work. Or like we can get everything in terms of u and b. Um Nope, I'm already up to bad start. V. So we can split the 2x into x plus x and get u plus v. That's a lot simpler to think about, for sure. Um, I guess we are going to substitute in square. There's something simpler, faster. I guess not. This is your kind of shit. Well, feel free to race me then. um, Do we want to square though? I guess we have to. Yeah, like making it a -3 instead, that wouldn't change it much. I mean, it could make it a lot simpler though. Maybe. Wait, what am I doing? -3 is up there. How does this? I mean, we still. Hmm. I don't know if that's that much simpler, but we can do it. I guess we have to square. Oh, good. That actually works out. -1. Oh well, that doesn't work out, does it? Uh, I'm not a fan of that. I gotta say. Checking my work. I don't see. I oh. 9. We're saved. Go to sleep. Central. Oh my god, yeah. Dude, there's multiple people who are uh living those degen hours. Yeah, I forgot to square the 3 when I squared each side. That was the issue. Now we're good. Yeah, Central's in the UK and you're freaking in the Netherlands, Lucas, so some dedication. Square again to get 4. Like that. This time in Turkey. Why am I thinking about this so hard? That's fine. Presumably one of these is a garbage answer. I can't tell which one yet, though. So what would you be? Four. Or you was one. A rubbish answer, yeah. In honor of Central. I still can't tell from the radicals. Wait, you are Central. I thought that Fembox said that. Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna randomly choose this one and see if it works. You made another system? Centrals and everyone? Yeah, it's my mom you're talking about. It's making a stupid joke. Subtract those. And that's true. Also, my dad. Blech. Um. Infinity plus one. Okay, potential answers, neither of which match fem boxes. Y is 2 or 3. We're getting a lot of cases here. Oh my god, yes. Lucas was just talking about doing random stuff with infinity also. Oh my god. You think they both work? Okay. If y equals 2, x, that's not x, that's x. X equals boop, 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 5. If y equals, wait, that's negative 2. X is 9. Y is 3, x is 4. Okay, those are two potential solutions, I suppose. We can get... Well, we can check these before we move on. I don't want to check them. This is annoying to check. Something bad happened to mine? I believe you. I definitely believe it. How many channel points for me to tuck you in case you're bored and read you a bedtime story? More. It's how many channel points you have plus 1. Plus 1. plus infinity. um Plus his supermarket name. Oh, funny. No, it's not helpful. Yeah. Y squared minus y minus 6. Well, it's whatever your current points are plus 1. So right now it's 20,001, but as soon as you get more, it'll be that plus 1. Uh, 9, 18, minus 2 is 16. Minus a half is not 8. This thing doesn't seem to work. 8 plus... This one already doesn't work either. Oh! Sneaky central. Oh, I see the problem, Soffel. I I brought this y over here in my head, or something like that. Because I wrote it out of order. Multiplies to 1 adds... Oh, okay, so you do need quadratic formula. No, I did it again. 6. Three plus minus root 10 for y. Yeah. 4 minus plus root 10. Is that so? Yeah. I'm not checking these. That's too much of a pain to check, but that's like the hard work done. We should do it for the other combination and check those, but that's basically the idea of the problem. You think 3, 1 and 5 minus 1 work? Checks out with the second equation. The first equation, 2 plus 1, sure. 3, 1 definitely works. Yeah, that substitution is like hard to spot if you're not expecting it. Okay, yeah, 5 minus 1 seems to work too. I assume that would come from the other combination of u and v. This one is presumably simpler then. Um, am I missing an answer? Why can't t equal 0? I can get the y equals 1 answer, I guess. I don't know where the 5 minus 1 comes from, though. Must have made yet another algebra mistake. Mistake on the last line. Dude, I can't do math. I'm renaming my channel. Okay, there we go. Got it. Okay. Nice. So I don't have a lot more brain power left here. I think what I want to do is just try to. I'm probably going to look at the answer for the physics problem I was doing before, and then wrap things up. Um, yeah. Hey, thank you for the problem, Supple. Since you're new around here, I do like to let new people know that I know the other person out there who streams math. 24 hours, no, Jed. I'm not the only person out there who streams math. There's a whole little like niche of us, and it's even more than people on this list. But everyone on that list does math help in some form. So you don't have to do anything you don't want to do, but I just like to let people know that we exist. Um, yeah, it's a cool group of people we have. No, no, Talos. Oh, nice. DST tonight. Yeah, Talos is awesome. Hopefully, I'm gonna be playing something with him in the next few weeks. If all goes according to plan. Are we actually having daylight savings time here? We are. No, this is from before, Lucas. Okay, for any non-Americans, or yeah, or like I'm trying to think. Like, I assume Canada follows the same daylight savings time schedule, right? I don't know. I guess in America it's daylight savings time tomorrow, and I know that Europe in particular falls at like at the end of March. So any Europeans out there, I assume will start at a different time for you for the next few weeks. Sounds good, so awful. Please do. For America, it's tomorrow, Lucas. I think in most of Europe, it's in a few weeks though. I'm just gonna look at the answer for this because I still don't understand what the question is really asking. I feel like 6:35. Yeah, it is. Territar. What number is it? 4. Okay, so I did do it. Like I got a line just like that. I think probably. Yeah, in the downtime when there are questions from chat, I've been doing um studying for whatever topics I find interesting. So it's been physics and linear algebra most recently. Sorry for the engine noise. Oh, good. I mean, feel free to try them on me. My physics is a lot weaker than my math. 6.4 to find D1, D2. Yeah, I guess that's what I did. Um, it just feels weird. Chemistry in English. Oh, I mean, chemistry. I have forgotten all my chemistry, but actual education, who was in that list that I put before, can do chemistry. I know that much. Um, English. It depends what you're trying to do, I guess. I know. I still don't like how this question is phrased, but who cares? I'm gonna take the dub and run. I'm calling it a dub. Um, yeah, let's wrap things up here. So yeah, anyone who's here on YouTube, thanks for being here. Territar, any lurkers out there? Back on YouTube. I'll be back on YouTube on Tuesday. That's my plan. So, see you YouTube.